Welcome back, Generals, to another Let's Fix Generals at 0 hour to make the best game ever. Okay, so there was an issue. Ghost object. Ghost object. What the hell is that? Where do we get the spam here? And why is it so often? Maybe because he's force pushing and then... Huh. That's weird. It's awful. Should be some option to turn this off, right? Let me see. ChatGPT. Is there an option in GitHub to disable to disable references. How do I describe this? I don't know how to describe this. To disable messages in pull requests, in merged pull requests, when another is an option, get up the disable reference. When another fork force pushes its branches with commits that refer to these merged pull requests. I don't know how to describe it. Is there an option in GitHub to disable reference messages in merged pull requests when another repository, another fork of the repository force pushes its branches with commits that refer to these merged pull requests? I think that's an accurate description. No, has no repository setting to disable those cross-reference messages. When commits in any branch contain references like that, GitHub automatically cross-reference timeline entries in the reference issue or pull request. This behavior is not configurable. Why this happens? GitHub automatically passes commit messages, PR descriptions, comments for reference. When it finds them, it creates a timeline across reference. This parsing occurs when the commit is pushed. What you can disable, the only rated setting, disable auto closing issues. Okay, I don't care about that. However, that's fix issue closing workaround, revert commit messages, remove references. Yeah. Use fully qualified reference to another repo. Okay, so basically it would have to be removed. That sucks. Yeah. I mean, it's really unholy here, the spam. It would be nice if you could just omit this and say, I don't care about this other repository. Like it adds no value. So I don't know why GitHub is showing this. It's like a nonsense. It's a nonsense information. Like it shouldn't be here. Like it shouldn't be a feature to begin with, I would say. Yeah. It's nonsense. Yeah. Okay. Well, I guess we will have this on many merge changes then. Copy link. So let me go to QA tester here at Goldfish. Can you try to find a repro for this bug? It must be happening. Must be happening with observing and shrouding and oil directs. Okay. Good. Then let's go to. I would like to use a moment to take a look at the issue reports that are currently assigned to myself. Let's see if there's something we should work on. Let me see. This we don't care. Okay, loading a save game using the in-game menu freezes the game. Oof. It refers to this guy here. Okay, but it's not too many. Just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 that I introduced in this project that need to be fixed. Okay, that's not too much. What about this one here? When playing on maps that have cinematic camera intros, outros, the game sometimes locks up as soon as the camera starts moving. Can be seen happening. Let's see. Okay. So it's like a custom map with scripting. Okay. Okay. Map with scripted camera, intro, and reliable reflection. Intro. Okay. Human players must be USA in the first and second slot. Must be USA in the first. AI player must be GLA in the third slot. Freeze time logic appears to be the issue. It checks if the game is halted here. But it's not possible to break out of the loop if the game has been halted, freezing the game because of the infinite loop. The logic for whether the game is halted resides in is game halted. Notice to check whether the network is stalling. Is game paused? Is game halted? Resides in is game halted. Freeze time. Notice to check whether the network is stalling. Network is stalling. Game is halted. Network is stalling. Game halted. Freeze time. Not possible to break out of the loop if the game has been halted. So if there's a scripted camera move that coincides with the network stalling, one of the client has an issue with the connection, the game enters this loop and cannot exit. As soon as a single client is stuck in this loop, all clients will get stuck in it. That's great. Simple and fully reliable reproduction, in my experience. Here's the attached map. There's a single script that moves the camera on map start for 20 seconds. Host game with client 01 and join with client 02. If the camera plays non-interrupted for 10 seconds or so, suspend one of the client with something like Windows Resource Monitor. The issue tends to occur in the first 10 seconds without manually triggering it. The other client will notice that the network is stalling and enter an infinite loop, freezing the game. Okay. Okay. Okay, this is something that we should probably fix. Yeah. Okay, is that description already enough to fix this, or do we need to debug it? Freeze time logic appears to be the issue. It checks if the game is halted. Okay, let's bring that code up. Freeze time. So, is time frozen? Is game halted? Freeze time. Okay, is time frozen or is game halted? Okay. And then what? Freeze time false. Okay, is time frozen debug? Is time frozen script? Is time frozen? Is time frozen? Is time frozen? Is game halted? I see. I see. Right. I see. Okay, that's a bit of a problem, yeah. So it can't break. Is right. We are frozen for debug of our pause and need to continue out of the loop. Right. Mm-hmm. I think we should get rid of this entire concept of this loop here. Yeah. Because it means this loop here can only do rendering. It can't do... It can't do any inputs or so, right? Yeah. Seems bad. Yeah. Okay, let me try to regain my thoughts over this problem. So I think what we need to achieve is that the render update, that the render yeah, let's see. Freeze time. Update camera movements. This time fast. If not freeze time and this time fast. Not freeze time. What the hell is that? This time fast. Okay. This time frozen. Why freeze time and not this camera movement finished? Okay. Yeah, I think we have to spend some hours now studying this code. So I think the goal is to completely get rid of this stuff here, which is for the replay fast forwarding. Yeah. And move it higher up on the engine update instead. And then also get rid of this shit here and this shit. Like get rid of this whole looping and the special conditioning here. Yeah. Because it's just so complicated. It's really not good. So freeze time. Is time frozen or that? Freeze time. It's not possible to break out of the loop if the game has been halted. Freezing the game. Because of this here. Because of this is true. And this is also true. So well, this is false and then it's flipped and so it's true. I see. So this is not an issue. This is not an issue in network games that don't have a scripted camera, but as soon as there's a scripted camera, it can fall apart. Okay. The issue is clear. The question is, how do we fix that? That is not clear. Yeah. So this update here, update camera movements. This time fast. Why is this time fast? Not freeze time. This time fast. Okay, I don't know why this is here, but maybe we don't need to touch this yet. There's freeze time. Freeze time, if not freeze time. This time frozen debug. What? Frozen. Ugh. Yes, it checks if the game is halted here. It's not possible to break out of the loop. The game has been halted, freezing the game because of the infinite loop. that sucks. Mm-hmm. Hmm. Mm-hmm. We're frozen for debug or for pause. Not this camera movement finished. Mm-hmm. Time multiplier. Limit the frame rate. Okay, that seems to be already unused. Mm-hmm. No, it's used here. Hmm. Hack over hack here. Mm. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. We're frozen for debug or for pause and need to continue out of the loop. There's also a loop here. Right. Freeze time. Freeze time. Mm-hmm. Okay. Freeze time. Freeze time. Mm-hmm. Freeze time. Waste time. This game halted. Waste time. Right. Mm-hmm. This game halted. Mm-hmm. I see. Mm-hmm. Okay, so the problem is here we set a state is game halted. But as long as this one is not called, this one won't be reset. Right. So that's a bit of a problem. Free update. It's updated. Pause frame. Set game paused. Yeah, okay. Can update game logic. Why is, who's calling this one here? Can update. Can update logic. Okay. So I really would like to lift this logic out of this function. That would be the best case. I still don't know how we do it without introducing other issues or new issues. Yeah. Because the whole shebang of whether the client can update or the logic can update, that should happen here in game engine updates. Yeah. And then it should, then here it has can update logic, can update script. Maybe we need another thing, can update render. Game client here. Let me make a compile here of this. I would like to see the core stack of the rendering of the display. Let's put a breakpoint. Yeah, let's just launch the game first. No, just load a level. So if we put a breakpoint in here, so game engine update. Yeah, okay, so it's game client update. Right. Freeze time. Update logic game client step. Updates. What does this do? Step. Display step. One fixed time step. I think this is something that this ideally did not exist, but I think it's out of necessity that we have that. Game client step. Game client step. W3D. Display. Step views. Step view. Right, so that's for the camera shake. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, okay. The camera shaker is no longer tied to the render update. The shake does sharp shakes on every fixed Time 7 is not intended to have linear interpolation during run update. The only problem is that this will not work correctly with higher logic tick. This one, so this needs changing again here. Yeah, so this works right now for 30 logic tick, but it won't be correct otherwise. Okay. Let me create a task for this. Where was it? Step view. Yeah. Issue. New. Blank issue. Enhancement. Needs rework for logic tick. It's rework for non-30 logic tick. It's currently tied to fixed tick rate. It's currently tied to fixed tick rate of 30 and needs rework when be right back. Okay, well, that took a moment. Sorry about that. So, issue type, we make it a task. Yeah. It's currently tied to fixed tick rate of 30 and needs rework. When the time comes. Mm-hmm. Okay. Okay, but that aside, so it will call this game client update, audio update, client update. Yeah. Update logic step. So I picture that we need here another function which says can update render or can update client. Yeah. And then it would only update this when that condition is met, but then what else happens in here? The display, the terrain visual, particle system manager, not freeze time. Yeah. So maybe it's a simple change. Maybe. So network audio. Is audio into game client updates radar update? Why is radar separate from game client? So to me, it looks like that these four things here, they are all game clients. Network is special. That is not client update. And here we already have this separate update logic. device, yes, he needs to be in this code block. What does this do? What is this? Hmm. Hmm. Do not pull. So radar update, what does that do? Radar update, extend base class. No, that doesn't do anything. Okay, refresh terrain. Yeah, okay, das. Refresh the terrain. Yeah, okay, but this is also is all client update here. Audio is client. The audio, I wonder. So I picture that we have here something like const bool can update client. Can update game client. Yeah. And then we say if can update game client, then we do these things here. And I think this can be separate. Network. I think so. We'll have to test this then. Okay, so that way, and then can update game logic. Yeah, and then phrase time. So now the question is, what should go inside here? And is that sufficient? 3D view display. So freeze time. I do see a problem. Like if we move this out, then we need to consider that then some systems will update that maybe didn't update before, like particles, for example. Right. So if we look at game client update, there is, aha, it already is guarded by freeze time. Okay, no, that's fine. Okay. Yeah. So my hope is that we can rip this out here. That would be fantastic. This shit. We can rip this out. Okay, how do we do that? Time frozen debug. Time frozen script. Time frozen. Yeah. There's a relevant change here as well. Drop zone. This one. The following data change reduces or eliminates this issue in practice. Because the cargo boxes. Travel more favorably. Cargo boxes travel more favorably and land better precision. How do we write this? I think like this. So, so I'm hopeful for this change here. If we can just, so let me search for this one here. Frame pacer. Is actual frames per second limit enabled? Is actual frames per second limit enabled? Is actual what? Always allow this. this game pause. Okay, I don't know about this one here, if we need this or not. Actual frames per second limit enabled. Huh. Okay, we need to properly understand this. Yeah. Where's this called? Get actual frames per second limit. So, not paused, fast forward and replay. Not paused. Yeah, okay. So we don't allow a limit. We do allow a limit if we're not fast forwarding. And it's not pause. Do I read that right? It's a bit hard to read here, this shit. How about we rewrite this? So how about we do this fast forward? So bool is fast forward. Okay. By the way, this text here, we can optimize that color. There was some option here somewhere to here. Let's change this to 80. There we go. Maybe even 90. 85 maybe. That looks more readable. So fast forward. Then here we say fast forward. Fast forward that. That is fast forward. There we go. You can also say bool is fast forward, and if not defined that, then is fast forward. Is a replay game. Is that correct? I'm not so sure if I'm doing this right here. So, because it's written so complicated. So if this guy is always allow the sheet if we are in a replay game. Not. Okay, so this is not correct, is it? No. Yeah, it is correct. Okay, I think this should be equivalent. Yeah. The question is, do we need this at all? Maybe we don't even need that here. Actual frames per second limit in David. Maybe we can remove this entirely. Okay. So let's go to game engine. Game engine. I think we have way too many tabs open. Let me close other tabs. Let's clean this a bit here. It's easier to click around. So game engine. we would like to add this new function. So we add this here, bool can update game client. We add that here. Okay. There we go. Okay. And then we have this. Well, we take the same logic that we just did here. We take this guy. Yeah. Let me put that into the new function that we just added here. So if game logic is not null PTR, I also have this here. Can update regular game logic. Use fast mode. Use fast mode. True. How about we add a new function? Is fast mode. Use fast mode. Is fast mode. Is game halted? Static bool is fast mode. Returns true if the fast forward mode is turned on. Okay. It's fast mode, and then in here we put this code again. Okay. There we go. It's a replay game. Then here we do it's fast mode. Is it false, true, false? It's fast mode. Turn is fast mode. Turn false. Okay, I think that's fair enough. Okay, that works. And then here Spur can update game client. True. Say that game client true if not can up, if not if is fast mode, if is fast mode and is fast mode. Say not fast mode or okay, turn true. So we can update the game client if it's not fast mode or if the frame is the first one here. Yeah. Not this fast mode. Okay. Let me search for this one. Then here we say, this condition, it looks different. Game paused. This one is without game paused. I would expect that we can just do const use fast mode equals is fast mode. It's probably fine. Yeah. Okay, then here we would remove this condition. And then freeze time. But then we can't do camera updates. Skip past. Poof. Okay, but I think we can already test the fast forwarding aspect of it. It's fast mode. Yeah. FPS limit. Okay, let's test the FPS. I'm a bit skeptical of what we just did, but okay. Let me look at all references of this again. So this is commented out. It's fast mode. Okay, let's just test it. So essentially, the fast forwarding should still work now. That's the theory. Okay, so camera still works. That's great. Then let's load a replay. Okay. And it doesn't work. Okay. Oh, that's great. Fast forward. Right. I probably did it totally wrong. Did I? Fast forward. Okay, so it doesn't work anymore. Why is that? Can use fast mode can update regular game logic. Updates. True. Okay. Then let me set fast forward on. False. Can update game client is false. Okay, and now what? Well, it still returns true. Oh, I see. Okay. Oof. Well, that looks pretty bad. Why is that? Okay, that's bad. Very bad. Okay, well, that's not what I was going for. I mean, that's horrendous. It basically just lags the rendering. That's all it does. Yeah, it's really bad. Poof. Okay, that's totally not what we like to see. Yeah, it's pretty bad. Oh. Okay. Well, that sucks. Okay. Then we need to implement this differently. Oh, wow. Okay, looks pretty bad. Okay, that's not the right implementation. Okay. So client update needs to always happen. Okay. Yeah. Okay, we cannot just give a client updates. Okay. That's fair. Okay. Instead, we need to. I can't remember. I thought about this in the past, a couple of months ago. And for me, the path was clear forward, but I've long forgotten it. Like, there was something I wanted to do. The fast forwarding. Ah, I think I remember what I wanted to do. Yeah, we don't stop the client from updating, but we do multiple logic frames. But that could still be bad. Not sure. No, that's not correct either, is it? That sounds wrong too. You can't just take a loop and execute multiple logic frames one after another. It sounds wrong. Oh man, I didn't recall it was actually that complicated. Time frozen, game halted. Can update regular game logic. Time frozen, game halted. Okay, it is a bit of a dilemma. I cannot recall what the course of action was here. We wanted to do something. So a game client must update every frame. We cannot miss a beat. Game logic can wait, so that's fine. That already works. Now, if we want to fast forward, the game client still needs to update because of camera and so on. Yeah. But it skips render updates. Yeah. Start render block. Start render block. Yeah. Oh man. Okay, the good thing is we have a reference implementation, which is the original, and so it clearly works that way. But it would be better to move it higher up, but maybe that's not possible. I wish I could remember what I was thinking back in the day, because I remember I had a very clear vision as to what needs to be done in regards to fast forward, and at the time, to me, that sounded very obvious and logical and correct. But I can't remember what that was. So there's I remember there is some piece of code here in this function in this class. Is it in frame pace? Yeah, here. No. Here. Clamps actual logic timescale over FPS ratio. Clamps ratio to min 1 because the logic frame rate is currently capped by the render frame rate. Right. So my thinking there was that we can decouple these two so that that the logic is not capped by the render update. Is that possible? The logic frame rate is currently capped by the render frame rate. Maybe this is something that needs to be always true. Logic timescale. 1. Right, so I think when we, like, yeah. Yeah, so should the logic frame, should the logic tick be able to run faster than the client update? And what would that look like? I don't know. I don't know. Okay, let's say we remove this clamp here. And in a game engine, we allow the game logic. We allow the game logic to run faster than the client update. Can update logic. Can update script. Update the script engine to allow for scripted camera movements. How would we implement that? Free update must be fast. Logic timescale is uncapped or larger equal render FPS. Update straight away. Fast. Accumulator. So we would need to do something different here. Question is how. It's already 7 months ago that we did this, yeah. Time flies, doesn't it? Return true, okay. Regular game logic. Yeah, we definitely need to do something here. Yeah. Fast mode. Target frame time. Logic timescale FPS. So let's say logic timescale FPS is 60. Yeah. And the render FPS is 30. Then we would want to have 2 logic frames instead of just 1. Right? Like we should not cap to the frame rate. Yeah. Logic timescale enabled. Not enabled. Not enabled. Logic time accumulator. Min. Logic timescale is uncapped or larger equal render FPS. Okay, still I have a rough idea of what we need to do, but I don't know the specifics. That's how we implement that correctly. So this one makes the assumption that we are bound to the render update. Yeah, that's why this min is here. Yeah, so if this one, if this exceeds that, we take that. I'm not sure if we can easily do this here. Because we need to update some things, right? Yeah, we can't just do that. So the problem I see is that if we were just to update the logic, yeah, in a loop, then we wouldn't update particle system and things that are spawned by the logic update, and so there will be discrepancy. So the only thing that we can actually skip on rendering part is the actual rendering to DirectX, but we can't skip certain client updates that are still crucial towards the presentation of frames just logically. So, well, yeah, so if you have a logic frame, then certain client updates need to happen so that they are in sync with the logic, so that when you resume the rendering, that the state of the client still looks correct to the logic frame that you're running, right? Because if you postpone the whole client update after X amount of logic frames, then the client representation will be totally out of sync. And this is what we see here, for example, with this test here, like this. You see it's totally out of sync what is happening here. And so this is not the right way of doing this. And I can't even move the camera properly. It's total jank. And the particles, they totally screw up. So we can only really skip the rendering loop. That does the GPU or the GPU work. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But then this means that we can't do anything here, no? Can we do anything? It's fast mode. Yeah. I have some new idea. Sorry. I have some new idea here. Yeah. Where we say here, we need to edit this. I have the feeling that this is the right place. And here we need to say, so if we are using fast mode or logic timescale is not enabled, or that logic timescale, scale FPS is larger. Right, I think what we need to do is not enabled. I think we need to say if not enabled, then we return else if not enabled, then I can't type. A logic timescale is enabled. Logic timescale enabled. Logic timescale. Logic timescale is not enabled. Timescale. Not enabled. I'm not sure. Pooh, okay, that's actually harder than I thought it would be. Yeah. Frame pace. We somehow need to. That's a bit of a conundrum. Oh, okay. I still don't know how we do this. But I think the game engine class, it should control this behavior, and then the W3D display class in the update just follows suit. But how do we do that? So that even if we set the logic timescale FPS larger than the max render FPS, it would still work. As if it was a fast forward. How do we do that? How do we do that? Logic timescale. Use fast mode or not enabled. How do we fix it? Oh, it's really not easy. Hmm. Mm-hmm. I think what we need is a new field here, a real client time accumulator. Yeah. And then here we would set the client time accumulator goes to 0. Yeah. Mm-hmm. And here we do client time accumulators 0. This one is 0. Logic and client updates are in perfect sync. Are kept perfect sync. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. The logic step logic update is lower. Logic update is lower. Logic update is lower than their client update. Mm-hmm. Here the logic update is faster than the client update. I'd say render updates. Render update. client slash render. Then here we would also set the logic time accumulator to 0. True. And then here we would say so it would have to be similar to this. It always returns true, but target frame time. Okay, how do we write this? Logic time accumulator is 0. Okay. Client. Slowly. Okay, so how do we now accumulate the client time here? That's a question. I don't know. We somehow need to slowly accumulate. This goes away. So we need to accumulate the logic time, and then at one point we will hit this condition, and then we set a flag that, hey, now you can update. Actually, let's not call it client time accumulator. Let's call it render. It's because it's for rendering. The client we want to update anyway, right? Let's rename it. So render time accumulator. How do we, by the way, this one, I think this one goes away. So how do we do that? It's not yet clear to me. Logic timescale FPS. I think we also need to be able to set the timescale FPS higher in the first place, which we currently can't. Seal the value at the max render FPS value plus a bit. So the next FPS value decrease would undercut the max render FPS at the correct step value. Okay, so here we seal it. Yeah. Min. Mhm. 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 Okay, I think for now, let's just remove this here. I think that's good enough for testing. Yeah. Logic update is faster than your render updates. So I still don't know how we do this. I need to think about this. Oof. Lots of images. Looks very sharp. Looks really sharp to me. Super sharp. Yeah. This one looks really sharp. Super sharp. I mean, this looks really, really sharp here. I don't know if that's good or bad. Yeah, it has very sharp edges here. There's no anti-aliasing. Does this have anti-aliasing? Also not. So it's only about the textures. I mean, this looks fine to me. Okay, so how do we implement this here? Logic time scale FPS. Update time. Update time. Max logic time. Yeah, max render FPS. Not enabled. Fast. I would say so logic timescale FPS. Timescale FPS. So this one should be what does this default to? To logic frames per second. Okay. Then how about we say if use fast mode, then the logic timescale FPS, this needs to be non-const. Then we modify this to this times 30. Yeah. And then if logic timescale is larger equal max render FPS. Yeah. Not enabled. Okay, this makes sense so far, except for this stuff here. How do we calculate this shit? We first need to fully understand the logic before we can actually write it out. I still don't fully understand. So this guy is bigger than the max render FPS, frames per second. Okay, what if we don't have a frames per second limit? Well, then that won't work correctly, right? Well, that one there, that won't work. Hmm. 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 Right. Hmm. Hmm. Maybe I need to say use fast mode or that, and then this one needs to go here. Hmm. But then how do we, I still don't understand how we then determine when to do the render frame. How do we know? How can we know this? Previously, it simply did it on every 30th logic frame. But here, it's a bit different. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. Okay. Right now, it's still not clear how we would implement this. The concept seems like it makes sense, but maybe I'm totally wrong. That could also be the case. It's not clear to me. Basically, the idea is that if our logic timescale goes above our max render FPS, then it can do more logic updates than render frames. But then how does it go in relation to the fast mode? Because fast mode, that one originally has a fixed amount of frames that it skips the render updates. Which is conceptually different to what we're trying to do here. Right. Yeah. XFPS. Yeah. It's different. Maybe it's fine. So let's say we have uncapped FPS, then this is never true, right? But then this should still work, so it's different than a render FPS. Ah, yeah. Then I think what we can do is we say use fast mode. Okay, I have some idea. We do this, and we do logic time accumulator is 0, and render time accumulator we do plus equal logic frames per seconds times 30, 1 over this. There we go. So is that correct? No, that's not correct, because that's 30 times 30 now. Maybe it needs to be like this. So yeah. Then if render time accumulator is larger equal 1.0f, then we do 1.0f, and then we say here bool do render frame. Okay. Do render frame equals true. Otherwise, render frame true, and then return true. Render frame. Else do render frame false. No. Does that make sense? So we're using fast mode, logic time accumulator, that is set to 0. Render time accumulator, so every 30 frames, we want to do one render frame, like the original one, yeah. And then do render frame, okay, true and false, okay. So this seems correct to me, yeah. And then we would have else if we are not doing that. But let me think about this. Logic time. Okay, it makes sense to me, yeah. And so if logic time scale, let's say using fast forward, using fast forwards, do one render update every 30 logic updates. Okay. This return true, do render frame. Okay. Then here we would do it similarly, do render frame, do true and else false. Okay. And here we would do render frame true and here also do render frame true here. Okay, that looks logical to me. Okay. Okay. That means we no longer need this here. So how do we implement this guy here? So this is correct because that has already been running for a long time. This one looks also okay to me. So like if there's no logic timescale enabled, there's no fast forwarding or anything, then it simply means that every render frame is one logic update. They're in sync, and so this seems fine. So fast mode, use fast mode. Logic timescale FPS is larger equal max FPS. Okay, so the logic update is faster than the render update. It's faster than the render update. The logic update is faster than the render update. Good. So now how much do we accumulate now? We need to do one logic frame. Well, logic timescale, target frame. Frame pacer. Target frame. Yeah, so it's clear to me what value do we need to accumulate here. We need to accumulate something. Like this right now is unknown to me. Let's think about this. Oh, my brain is already fried. Already fried. Jesus. So let's say this guy is really, really high. It's really high. Do we need like delta? Do we need the delta or not? Man, right now I really can't wrap my head around this. So what do we do here? Here we have the target frame time for the logic updates, and then we accumulate Do we still need this min here? Is this necessary? This one looks dangerous here. What does it not? Maybe not. Okay, still not clear to me what to do here. So down here, the accumulator, we have target frame time, but not more than that. Yeah. Then min, I think here we need to say target frame time. I think we need how about we rename this to target logic frame time, and then here do the same. Target logic frame time. And then update time. Then we do const real current frame time. Just say frame time. And then so here we have a ratio now. So const real render how do we call this? Render frame scale. How about that? Render frame scale. Then here we do this. Divided by this. I think. So then basically this one, well, So basically this one should now, so this number here, this number is smaller than this one, right? So let me open the calculator. So let's say we have a frame time of 0.033. Yeah. And the target logic frame time is divided by, so that's 30 FPS for render update. And then we have a 0.01666 for 30 FPS, 60 FPS logic update. And so we have a 2x scale, so times render frame. So that would mean then we need a, how do we need to divide it the other way around then? So we need to divide 0.166 divided by 0.33. 0.33, so half. Right, okay. So let's swap these around. Okay, render frame scale. And then basically here we accumulate the render frame scale. Actually, we can just put that here. Yeah. Frame time. You can maybe just simplify it to that. So we have target logic frame time. Yeah. Render time accumulator. Okay. So basically, if this guy is double the max render, if this guy is 60 and this one is 30, then it accumulates here 0.5. And then once it reaches, we need to have 1.0f. Once it reaches 1.0f, then we are good to go and do a one render frame. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's right. Let me find all occurrences of this one here. Let's initialize those variables. Do render frame true. Well, let's do false. I don't know. I don't know. False true. Let's do true. Yeah. Okay, does this make sense? Use fast mode. I think we can also just put this here and simplify that. So, if we are using fast mode, then the logic time accumulator is reset to 0. Render time accumulator is slowly advancing. Render time accumulator, yeah. And if it's larger than 1, then we deduct and do a run render frame. Okay. And here, if the logic timescale FPS is larger than that, then maybe it should. Well, is that correct here? I wonder if this should be not render FPS, but like actually the frame pace. Do we have a get update FPS? Get update FPS, yeah. So const int render FPS. So I wonder if we need to say if this guy is bigger than a render FPS. Nah, that doesn't make sense, right? It should be max FPS. Oh, why am I mistaken here? I'm not sure about this. Let's think this through. So, max FPS. Should this maybe be also max? Like, I wonder if this should be a const real target render frame time is max render FPS 1.0 f divided by that. And then this divided by that. Does that make sense? Maybe. Maybe it's correct. I'm not sure. Okay, then what we would need to have is a bool to render frame. So here we simply return to render frame. Maybe we call it can do render frame. And then in display here we now do if the game engine can do render frame, then we do that. Maybe frame pacer. Maybe we should add it to this frame pacer guy instead. This game halted. Maybe we say bool can do render frame. Void set to render frame bool render frame. Is game halted? Bool do render frame. Okay. Do render frame true. To render frame. Then we remove this again and this, and then here we do the frame pacer set to render frame true. False. True. Oh, already was in there. Oh boy. Ugh. True. False. There we go. Frame pacer. True, false, true, false. Okay. And then we can also remove this one again. Okay. And then here in W3D display, we now say frame pacer do render frame. There we go. Mm-hmm. Okay. Yeah. Is fast mode. Is fast mode, blah, blah. Can update game clients. So I think this one we need to basically remove again, because that is just dangerous. So let me remove this one. Let's remove this here again. Same here. Okay. There we go. Okay. Great. So client update always happens, but render update does not because of this here. Yeah. Okay, great. Then does this work? I don't know. To render frame. So let me think about this here one more time. So the logic time scale FPS is larger than the max render FPS. In which event but then what happens if I don't think that's right. No, I don't think this is correct here. I think we need to use render FPS. Like that. Because if we can't reach, like, let's say we can't reach this value, the logic FPS, we can't reach it, then we need to still do it at the expense, like we cannot wait for the rendering to hit the max render FPS. Like if it's lower, like let's say you set the max render FPS to 60, but you only have 40 FPS. And the logic timescale is also set to 60. Then you still want to reach your logic timescale. Right? I think so. And then target render frame time. Yeah. Target render frame time. Then okay, it's still not clear to me. But we are making progress. And by thinking about the problem more, And more, we make the realization of how this logic should work. And then once we fully understand it, then it's easier to implement and test it and everything. Yeah. So it's always good to fully understand what you're doing, what you want to do. Yeah. It's the only way to make sure it's absolutely correct. Yeah. You need to understand the problem to tackle it. If you don't understand it, if you don't understand the solution, you can't implement it. Right? You can try, but probably will be a mess and trial and error. Good, but I think we are close here. Yeah, I think we are close, and it looks promising, but probably is all broken anyway. Yeah. So target logic frame time. I think this one is clear. This one is good. Yeah, good. Render frame time. So the question is, do we use max render FPS or the current render FPS? Target render frame time. Maybe max render FPS here. Max render FPS. Yeah. Yeah. Or not. I don't know. Accumulator. Say, but then it shouldn't be called target. It should be just called render frame time. Yeah. This is correct. So let's think about some scenarios. So let's say we have this one is 40 and this one is set to 60. Clearly this one is larger. This one is larger. So we'll enter here. This one will then be, so 1 divided by 60. Yeah, that's this number. And then the other one is 1 divided by, let's say, 40. Yeah. So that's that. And so we do this number divided by 0.025, which is 0.66. So it will add 0.66 to this accumulator. And let's say we started at 0, then it won't be larger than 1. So we skip one render frame. The next frame, we are good again, and then it will surpass this, and then it will deduct, and then so, like, let's say the FPS stays the same. Then it will do times 2, then it's this value, and then it will enter here, so it will deduct 1, and it will be then 0.33. And then the next frame afterwards, it will then again, if the frame rate is stable, again add this number here, yeah, plus this. And then, well, it's either close to 1 or is 1. Yeah, and then it can render again and again and again. Yeah. Yeah, it looks like it's correct. Not enabled. Else. Fast mode. I wonder if this one here should be above this one here. Is fast mode, else if let's call this logic timescale enabled. Logic timescale enabled. Max render FPS. So we don't use this now. Is that a problem? Logic update is slower. Logic update wants to be faster than the game update. Logic update wants to be slower than the game update. I think we can say client update. Wants to be faster than the render update. Slower than the render update. I think we can remove this comment here. Logic time step. So the logic time step wants to be slower than the render update. Target logic frame time. Not 100% sure about this here. Logic timescale. It means that now if yeah, no, we still have this one here. Okay. So if logic timescale is really not enabled, then it will always be one-to-one sync. Yeah. And so if it wants to be faster, then it goes here or equal. Else logic timestamp wants to be slower. Yeah. And then we need to logic time accumulator. I think we can take out this min here. What would that be? Plus equal. Logic timestamp wants to be slower than the render update. So we accumulate an FPS. I think we can simply just do that, right? No, we can't do that. We just have to accumulate this guy. Min. But it's... frame time. must equal render FPS. FPS. I have the impression these things are not totally in sync yet here. Also, no, this one is correct. Logic time accumulator. So we accumulate the render FPS, and if this one reaches this guy, we're good to go. Whereas here, here we do target. Target logic frame time. I have the impression that there will be a trap here somewhere. Yeah. Can be a trap. Because what happens if we timescale FPS. Target logic frame time. So I have a worry here that maybe there's a case where it alternates between these two cases. And I wonder if then there is an issue. Like if it flips between these two. Because it's like right on the edge. And like, yeah, one frame will be faster than the other. Like this one here will be slower than this frame. This one is faster because it skips the render update. And then, so I wonder, like, it does this, then it's fast. This one is fast. And then, so next time it goes in here, and then slow again, and then it goes in here again. So there could be some problem. Maybe the render time accumulator must not be reset. Maybe. Maybe. I would say for now, let's not reset this. It could be safer. Let's comment this out for now. Okay, so in here, I think we just want to accumulate this guy. And this target frame time. Times FPS. Well, maybe it should be max render FPS after all. Max. Yeah, I'm a bit skeptical about this. Let's do a max render FPS here. And then we say target render frame time is that. We do that, and then we say this is larger than that, and we do that. But that's also not correct. No. It would need this equal min. This is update FPS. We want, hold on, update time. Update time. we do that. Does that make sense? Something to do with toggling shroud during different stages of building states. Logic time accumulator. Max random FPS. Does that make sense now? So this means now it's stable. Like this won't fluctuate. So maybe that's safer to do. So only if the logic scale FPS is larger than the max random FPS, only then we enter here. Yeah. Target frame time. Time accumulator. Frame pacer, render time accumulator. Target. So is this now correct or not? Render time accumulator. We want to accumulate. So that's the current update time. Min. Yeah. Do we actually need this min? Can't we just add this update time on top? Like, why do we have this here? And this. Okay, I'm super confused right now. I can't wrap my head around this. I'm really confused about this. Yeah. How about we just test it and then we get some clarity of what's going on? To me, it looks wrong here. Something's not right. I don't know. This is my hunch here on this. It's also bad. The diff looks really bad now. Yeah. Min frame baser. Target. Because we did so many renamings. Yeah, we shouldn't do that. Failed. What? Error. Right. To render frame. What about it? Oh. Same. Okay, so my expectation is that everything is broken now. Yeah. As always. I'm too stupid for this, I think. Yeah. It's a pity. My head is not working. Oh, wow. Holy shit. No, that is amazing. Okay, something is slightly broken, I would say. Let me put a breakpoint here. What is it? So, okay, false. Do render, set to render frame. Okay. Logic timescale enabled false. Okay. Then why is this can update true? True, true. Okay, I'm a bit shocked that it looks so broken. What did we break? Frame pacer. This one, maybe this one here. Shouldn't be right. Maybe this is a problem here. I don't know. Something we did. Could be this, yeah. What does it return? Oh, yeah. Huge value. Right. Right. I think we need to say if is logic timescale enabled, then we return that. Otherwise return one. Okay, let's try that. timescale good. Okay, I hope that this helps. Yeah. Okay, that's more healthy. Okay, the next. $30. Okay, so this works okay. Okay, so this is the render FPS. Okay, let's put the render on this. Okay, now logic timescale, now it's slowed down. And now let's, okay, that doesn't work. Uncapped. Okay, so that doesn't work. Let's put a breakpoint. Let's put a breakpoint here. So what does it do now? Ah, it's set to false. Okay, so we need to go back to our to this one here. Right, so it disables it here. Let's see. Smaller. So if this one is smaller than that, logic timescale. Okay. Logic timescale. Okay. Okay, right now I can't remember how this exactly works here. Looks a bit cryptic. So max render FPS, max render remainder. Okay. So where does it cap it? It looks like it's here, right? But that's logic timescale. Okay, so I think what we need to do here is set it to true. Always, for now. We still need to make another part. I just want to have it working now. Yeah. I think this will work for now. So there we go. It looks weird. It looks pretty weird. Well, it's kind of expected that it looks weird because it stutters. But Okay, what I find weird is that it stops the camera. That looks wrong. Yeah, but to me it looks like it can now run the logic faster, right? But it's glitchy. The camera movement is unexpected. Yeah. Okay, but it is a start. Yeah, the camera move. I don't understand what's going on with the camera there. Like, why is it stopping? Why is the infantry looking so weird? Or is it correct? Let me start some match here. Yeah. It's some nice match. So, max render FPS 30. Yeah. Logic time stay 60. So now we have 30 FPS render. Is that really twice as fast? That seems weird. Something is weird. Let me put a breakpoint here. So, true. 60 larger than 30. So 0.66, 0.33, accumulator. Don't do render frame. Okay, it seems very weird. Okay, let's the other way around still work correctly. So we do render FPS 60 and logic time scale 30. That still works. Great. Let's do slow motion. That also still works. Okay, that's fair. Let's see if the replay fast forwarding works. Yeah. So okay. Oof. Looks bad. Okay, so something is fundamentally not okay. Render time accumulator. It's very laggy. Very bad. Why is it so bad? Huh. That's unexpected. That is really unexpected. Feels bad. It shouldn't be this laggy. Are we missing something here? Fast mode. One render update every 30 logic updates. Okay, I'm a bit stunned right now that it doesn't behave the way I expected it to be. Why is this so weird? What am I doing wrong here? Like to me it seems like the time step of the logic frame is so slow. Why is that the case? Like, why is everything advancing so slow? Is that because of the I think it's because of the frame pace, right? Yeah. It's because of the frame pace, where we made a change somewhere here. Right. It's because we removed this here. Right. Time froze. Fast mode. Okay, I think if we remove this, then it will be okay again. Add to do. Clean this up. We need to somehow consolidate this fast forwarding shit here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, right. Actually, fast forwarding. Yeah. But then. Okay, that works correctly now. Okay, that's cool. Okay, why do the animations keep running there? uh. Yeah, that's funky. Yeah, animations don't pause anymore. Okay. That sounds unexpected. Okay, let's test again the time scale thingy. The match. So we set the max render FPS to 30 and the logic time scale to 60. Is that correct, or I may make it faster? 90. So the dozer should move 3 times as fast as normal. Is that right? So let's put the logic time scale to around 120. Does it work correctly or not? Looks the same to me. I don't see a difference there. Let's take him here and move him. Let's do a lock on this guy like that. Okay, and then change. Okay, I don't see a difference here. Yeah, something is not right. Let's put a breakpoint in game engine. So this one is larger than that. So what happens? Probably something still wrong in here. Yeah. Yeah. What's the time? 4 hours 30. And we got done almost nothing. Right. Okay, so what do we do wrong here? Target logic frame time. Set render frame. Logic timescale. FPS. Then we still have a problem because we still have the same problem as with the fast forwarding regarding this one here. I wonder if we need to frames per second limit. Yeah. Maybe this thing here, this here, needs to go in one of these functions here. Yeah. I need to rework this. Yeah, it's still not right. So there's the frame pacer. What we can do is let's revisit this next session. I see we need to do something else here. Like this guy, this here needs to go in here, and then this one also needs to return true if fast mode is enabled. And then we need to disable the frames per second limit if there is a time scale. I'm not yet sure. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. It requires more investigation. Yeah. I don't know right now. Good. I will take a break here. I wish you a great day or night. Until next time. Goodbye.